Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello. Whoops. There we go.
I don't like the whoops.
I just I hit the video instead, but I managed to switch it over. So it's kind of like it did more of a title than anything.
You've got you and Jade have got your reactives for the Soul Link.
Well, technically this is Jade's overall reactive, her Choodle, and I decided to keep this one because I do want to switch from the Black Kitty Green Eyes,
And
and
Ash is still far fetched.
he's still
I'll
far fetched.
always be
Ash,
far-fetched.
Ash, you missed it. They do a Soul Link um, Nuzlocke together
Yes, it's
on
tabletop hazards versus the Denes, and I wiped out my Pokemon, so we are
I
severely.
I was there for
but
that.
it's the
Yes,
Ultra
Oh
Sun
yeah.
and it's the Ultra Sun and Moon, I think.
yes, Ultra Sun and Moon. It's a ROM hack, but it's so I say ROM hack because that's what it officially is, but it's a randomizer.
Yeah. But anyways, so there's one point where she has a Farfetch'd on her screen and she's like trying to feed it berries or whatever,
But the
but it's
mouse
like
is not cooperating. It is the worst touchscreen I have ever seen.
so she's just sitting there constantly dropping the stuff and Farfetch is getting pissed off at her. And so I just happen to walk up and I'm like, yeah, I'm just sitting here watching you piss off Ash the Pokemon. All right, but yes, we are
First time in the chat, Asia
welcome
Express.
in Asia Express.
Hello.
Hello, I
Hi,
think I saw
Hello.
you in
Asia.
Jade's stream. Now that I remember. Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. You were in the Pokemon Nuzlocke
All right.
stream. Thank you for coming by.
Yep. And speaking of that, we might actually want to get back on topic.
Oh yeah, we talked like
Yeah.
what 10 minutes? Ho ho!
Yeah. But yeah. So we've got Decaden back
Hi.
as Marcus.
Hi.
The return
Uh
of Decaden.
yes. Unfortunately Combi was not able to make it tonight. Jade will be playing as Flicker as well as Ari.
Don't kill him.
I'll
Well,
try not to.
Uh Ash will be joining in to introduce his new character in a bit.
yes. If any of you
He's
are in YouTube land, because I'm pretty sure you guys aren't here on the stream yet. Uh, Ash
Ash said kill
previously
him.
played.
There's a resurrection mechanic specific to this campaign. Ari, if the audience allows it. All right. Last time you had kind of an epic ending cutscene as the group of you left Switzerland while Marcus stayed behind with Viola on your plane. To
Not by
where
choice.
no, it was not his choice. That one was my choice at the time because I didn't know if you were coming back yet.
I
Um,
didn't know if I was coming back yet.
Yeah, we didn't
yeah.
know, but it's perfectly fine.
So, and with that, we also launched into another cutscene elsewhere with a group of homunculi following some other group of people coming out of a set of ruins.
Do you, Sansu, want to go over that again?
No, they can watch the previous campaigns on YouTube.
Yay! Remember to do that, everyone, if you want to catch up.
Yeah, we have our YouTube. I don't want to go over every little detail, but the group had a very sweethearted ending to Switzerland, to leaving Switzerland, the nightmare that was Switzerland.
It wasn't
Yes.
was Switzerland. Switzerland is a nightmare now. I don't want to travel there because of you.
I mean, in our time and age, I doubt going there, you'd come across two separate archfiends.
On a bet.
You never know.
True, you never
Only
know.
time will
They
tell.
could, they could be sitting over there still waiting for us to come visit.
It's like this is not canon. Where are they?
Yeah, but continue on. You guys are on your plane. Uh, so getting back into it, Hope, Flicker, Ari, you guys wake up. It's early morning. Let me make sure the calendar's set for you guys.
Define early. It's not that early.
Well, that's what time your plane's landing inside London.
Yeah, but okay, never mind.
7:30. Uh, so it's fairly early in the morning. You find your plane landing. You happen to notice outside the landing strip as you climb off the plane, there is a car waiting for you. Standing outside the car, and there we go. Standing outside the car in her typical trench coat with a pair of sunglasses. You re you re-see the person who's in charge of all of you, Deanne, as she gives off a big old smile and opens her hands wide and opens the door and points for you to come into the car. Welcome back. Heard you had a rather eventful time. Now I know
Flicker
it's been a
says,
while.
I would rather not repeat this again. I was traumatized.
Well, we found a couple of archfiends.
We do not speak of their names, especially the other one.
It turns out the whole situation was uh, started by Slavone, a very powerful archfiend.
You see a frown furrow on her face. You need to get inside the car now.
And we do. I do.
As she looks around. You see her kind of look around before she gets in, and it's one of those where the backside, almost like the limos, where you've got one set of seats facing one direction and another set of seats facing the other directions. She'll sit in the front facing the three of you, and as the car takes off, you see her look around. There's been some developments since you left. You didn't perchance happen to encounter Felix, did you?
I can't say that I have, but there was some sort of commotion over at the museum. We weren't there to witness it ourselves. Instead, we were encountered by, and out of context, I forgot all three of the demons' names.
Well, I mean, she's not likely to know their names either, so.
Well, I'm trying to report this.
You
and
can you can write me a more detailed report later after we get back. But for right now, Felix has gone missing. And it's caused a bit of a stir. Whether or not you may know this, he originally came over from the Catholic Church.
the, the Catholic Church.
Yes.
Is he a, is
During, I don't know the specific details. I know at some point he was part of the church's clergy, or not clergy, part of their enforcers, some of their executioners. But he was transferred over to being specifically a bodyguard for Lord Trembelio, under the stipulation that we keep an eye on him. The church was very interested in keeping tabs on him even after he left.
a wild joke
And
appears in the chat?
not during D&D, please.
My apologies.
So now we're kind of facing some hot water with the Catholic Church because nobody knows where he is. I can take you to his room maybe tomorrow to investigate. See if you can dig up any other clues. And you see her look around, look behind you, her behind the vehicle, and then she knocks on the paneling in between her and the driver. Ari, you hear a very familiar voice. Yes, ma'am. Jonathan, seems we're being followed. What do you say we take a few detours? Yes, ma'am. And with him wearing the collared, normal chauffeur collar jacket, Ari, not only does his voice sound familiar, but you happen to notice a familiar tattoo, just the very edge of it above the collar. As on closer inspection, you are able to notice that Snowflake is currently driving the vehicle.
Snowflake.
Then looks back down at you. She's like, well, I suppose that is what you called him before. But Snowflake is officially dead. His name is Jonathan now. For certain legal reasons.
Ooh.
That being said, it was it does kind of bring me to our next subject. I I during my time with the clock tower, I've happened to make acquaintances with a rather eccentric, and she tilts her head a bit eh, with a kind of a confused look on her face. And she says, priest? Yeah, I guess you could call him a priest. Either way, yeah, he has Despite what you may think about him after meeting him and whatnot, make no mistake, his skills and abilities are the real deal. But we had him resurrect Snowflake, who now works for us as a personal bodyguard and chauffeur. That being said, he doesn't exactly accept payment in the most normal methods. As a matter of fact, the group of you are have been volunteered to pay off his debt for him in the way of performing a specific favor for this priest. That being said, first, I have someone else I need to introduce you to. A little while later, you see the vehicle begin pulling up, kind of on the outskirts of the clock tower residential area. See her look around, have a little bit of a smile on her face. Good job, Jonathan. And she requests the three of you to leave the vehicle with her. You- I'm going to guess you follow her.
Yeah, I was trying to, you know, embrace the moment.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not there, so I can't say nothing.
Well, I'm more or less meeting the two that is there that's not speaking. Jade!
I'm here. Flicker follows, and Flicker follows, but Irie gives a nudge over to now Jonathan and says, "Good to see you again."
Likewise, Lady Ari.
Does that mean Flicker's down with barbecue jokes?
Probably not.
Flicker's just not feeling himself today. Okay. The jokes will return. You see
All
her
right.
lead you into a tower, and she starts going downstairs into this tower, and they come to a door, and she starts knocking on the door. She gives a few raps. Well, um, Ash, would you like to describe who answers the door?
An unseen servant answers the door.
I like it already.
What?
I know
So,
exactly what's going on.
an unseen servant opens the door. Nice to know your guy isn't a crisp. Shut it, Bard.
I thought I
Uh,
smelled barbecue.
uh,
Rich
to, uh,
compliment.
to refresh, Snowflake wasn't one of the ones that Hope roasted. Snowflake is the one that Deanne was not especially happy with, and she pretty much thrust her fist through his chest and flung his body across the room.
Still felt fitting for him to make a joke like that.
Yeah. All right. So this door opens up and you see nobody there.
Oh, that's what you mean by unseen.
Yeah. She, you see, like corner of her mouth begin twitching and one of her eyes. You see her start to roll up her sleeves. I've done told that brat once. As you go in, and what would you like to describe your character doing, Ash?
Several books fall to the floor, and you see something scurry away.
Oh, they beat me to it.
Ash, I have released your character. Feel free to claim it. Under character selection, you should be able to. There you
Yeah, I
go.
had to reload it. I got it.
All right. I don't think you have the spell for something scurrying away, but
She's running away. Throw some books on the ground and run away. She's mad at me.
as you see, how would you describe your character to them? Running?
Some blue robes flapping around a corner.
You see her give off a sigh, start rubbing the bridge of her nose. Ari, Flicker, Hope, meet Laguna. Laguna, meet Hope, Ari, and Flicker.
Oh, too bad
This
I'm not there.
this is part of your team.
Huh? What?
uh, who is part of our team?
Laguna.
Seems like
The fluttering
he's not
cloak is
eager
part
to
of the
meet
team.
us. It just seems like he's not eager to meet us, is what Hope is thinking. She's not saying this out loud.
Laguna,
Will reluctantly come back out, face Deanne, and go, I thought I had another week.
that was last week. You hold yourself up and lost track of time reading your books again, didn't you?
Actually, no.
Oh, what were you doing then?
Okay, maybe a little bit.
Well, you could certainly use some exercise. So,
You
I
keep
think
coming
you
and
should.
scaring me. I'm getting plenty of exercise.
Well, I think you need a wider range of exercise. Why don't you go for a walk with your three new friends here? I know just the place. She'll pull out a map and show it to the four of you. She'll circle a spot on the town map and she'll say, this here is called the Chapel of the Calling. As a matter of fact, Laguna, I think you'll get along quite well with the proprietor.
Why is that?
He's very interesting in learning things too.
And
You're going
in a week.
now.
Oh,
So she's going to hand you guys off the map. She said, don't stay out too awful late, but don't hurry back either.
no, I'll hurry back. Thanks.
And with that, she's going to hand you the map and have you guys start walking there. So now the four of you are walking together to this place. Role play, talk, ask questions.
I'm kind of afraid of you because I keep messing up. I keep talking at the wrong time.
Flicker
Mhm.
asks, "So, Laguna, what brings you over to these fine parts?"
Books.
Exciting.
Uh, I hope wants to do a what is that? Perception roll of this guy.
What are you trying to perceive?
Uh, who he is, what his race is, and his general reaction around the other three.
Okay, roll me a perception check. Do it in the tower. Laguna, are you specifically attempting to hide your appearance
No,
and information? You're not. Okay. Well, that was an 18.
Oh,
So you are able to tell quite readily. You don't know which specific type of elf. He is, though, he is definitely an elf. With an 18, you can definitely tell he's an elf. The way he walks around with his books, you can sense that he's more intellectual based. You are able to tell that some of his features are more indicative of being a high elf. And anything else you want them to know, Laguna?
nope.
Ari asks, "Why so many books?"
Knowledge.
do you
You don't
have?
really like answering things with more than one word, do you?
It's wasteful.
Makes sense. Bard, want to play a song? Flicker goes, "Why?" Ari says, "Well, maybe you can get him to sing to something." Flicker just shakes his head and says, "No, no."
I think the bard understands.
Ari says, "Ah, he speaks more than a word."
I'm going to interrupt you for a moment because I can completely see Combi being like, sure, you know what? Yeah. So roll me a performance.
Listen, it's a high elf and an elf, half elf.
That's true.
So he starts playing. It's a pretty decent tune there, Laguna.
Cover my ears.
Harry goes, well, at least he has some sense. Flicker goes, shut it, Bard.
You mean
Or no,
shut it, Rogue?
shut it, Rogue. It's so hard.
Okay. So, as you guys come up to the place marked on the map, you see it's kind of a rickety stone building. The sign outside is covered in dirt. If you didn't have the map and wasn't specifically looking for it, you probably wouldn't have noticed the place, or probably would have thought the place was abandoned at that as well. Could definitely use a little bit of upkeep. You can barely read the sign, but you see the sign that says Chapel of the Calling. Roleplay.
This
Go.
clearly this isn't ominous at all.
I can make all the assumptions in the world of what you're doing, but if you don't tell me what you're doing, I don't know.
I'm trying to let the others do it. Problem is, Marcus is not here. Jade's got bipolar disorder now because of Flicker, and we got a one-worded elf.
My bad.
It ain't
Well,
your fault.
I mean, it's
I'm
just
trying not to take over the show.
But you
I,
kind of have to until Marcus gets there.
Uh, uh,
He is the most charismatic of the group.
I sure hope so. Uh, I
I
guess
do
she.
hope there's no archfiends.
Same. I don't sense any that I know of. Hope looks around the building. Is there any entrances besides the one right off
no,
bat?
not that you see.
No. She goes up to the door and does a like a three solid knocks.
While Hope does that, Flicker wants to check the surroundings, see if they're being followed.
Roll me a perception check. You do notice every so often there's just this inconspicuous amount of Catholic priests walking the road. Like it's not enough that you're completely surrounded by them. But you do notice that you're seeing more of them than what you normally would.
Okay.
Uh,
Hope, as you knock on the door, you know some dust falls off on a sign. All are welcome. Just come on in.
ah. And she opens the door and peeks into the hall or front entrance.
The
Laguna walks
first,
straight through the open door.
And he can do the perception. He just
I
walks
mean,
on in.
Looking down.
This
so
guy
the first thing,
probably does not have any experience whatsoever.
as you walk in, there's just a small area. You can see someone sitting in one of the pews. The area is kind of dimly lit. Um, and you see the podium up front. It's very gray and stony inside, um, with the wooden pews. You notice, other than that, three things almost immediately. One, it is very, very warm inside this building. Like, I'm not talking about, oh, well, we've been cold outside in the cold. We come in, it's like 65, 70 degrees. Okay, it's pretty deep. No, this is like tropical weather warm.
Oh, okay. I was
Like, you
hoping
could,
you say something like, "Oh, look, a warm welcome." Oh, but no.
we'll get to that.
Oh no.
And, and then the second thing you happen to notice, the second and third thing are actually both scents. And I need you to roll me, all four of you, please roll me perception checks. Just to tell if you can identify this stuff. Okay, so
Ari senses nothing.
Ari is just oblivious, trying to look around.
She's more
Laguna
concerned
Wait.
and
about the
Hope,
priest or
the
whichever
rest
one's
of
doing it.
you, the rest of you are happen to notice that there is smoke. Some that it's kind of smoky on the inside. Hope and Laguna, you happen to smell the smoke and notice that it's not exactly tobacco smoke. It's Laguna, you are actually both of you are pretty able to determine that it's pot.
Oh,
Smell both the smells of pot and booze inside this chapel.
uh,
Where is the nearest door that looks like an exit?
the
As you
one we
say that,
came through.
also Pope sitting in the pew. You look over and you happen to notice a very confused looking Marcus.
Marcus? Is that you? Or is it the weed?
Is Marcus's eyes bloodshot?
Oh, tell me he's
Marcus,
stoned. Tell me he's so stoned.
Marcus, we are going to enter a flashback for you.
Okay.
Marcus, it happens to be the day that you waved goodbye that morning that they left on the airplane. You spend the day, it's not a very eventful day. You notice that Viola is looking forward to something in the near future. She keeps bringing up a future assignment that she seems to be especially excited about, but
Is
she doesn't tell you what it is or what's going on with it.
is Lisa behaving herself?
Uh, about as much as you can expect Lisa to behave herself. Ever so often, you do notice that her neck kind of bends over and she just watches Viola walk on by. Sometimes you swear there's a cat call or two mixed in.
That a girl, Lisa.
Going on into it that night, right before bed, you and Viola have a talk. Viola tells you that she has actually sent a message out to Deanne via magic to let her know that you are still there with her, but she's not entirely sure how Deanne will react to that, seeing as you was supposed to stay with the group and return. But she understands what's going. She understands that you wanted to kind of stay behind for safety reasons, for her safety.
Mm-hmm.
As the night closes, you go to your room, you lay down, you go to sleep, and you start having a very surreal dream.
It's the end. She somehow appears above Marcus, and she's threatening, only for him to find out it's real.
No, Marcus, in your dream, You are watching yourself wave goodbye to your friends, your companions after everything you went through in Switzerland. You're outside of your own body, watching your body do that in the shadows. You feel a disapproving sensation coming from the shadows themselves. And then the words of your deity once again echo in your head, the same thing that you heard from the nightmare. To the land of your father, power to fight the evil. I don't know if you heard that.
Barely, but I got the gist of it.
Yeah. Um, and then it transfers. You have a vision. You're seeing an image of what would almost look like a carving of a doorway in stone in a very dark area. Along it, along it, along it, I have words. There is words written out in runes in a language that you can't understand. But you notice Hope coming closer to read these words. You have another vision of light emanating from this door, wherever it is, as you are innately aware of the opening of a sky gate. You don't know when or where this is. You feel as if you're present for this, and then you start, everything goes to black as you find yourself awake with your eyes closed. You feel the comings of a headache, the familiar headache of when your eyes begin to turn red from magic use. And then the silence of your room in the dead of night is broken by, "Sweet, it worked."
I'm guessing this is why I'm confused, sitting on a pew.
It's part of it.
Okay.
There's more. There's more. I'm waiting for you to react.
I swear to God, if you're not a Native American, or I guess in Indian at that time, I am going to try to figure out where the hell I'm at. I'm not in Arizona anymore,
Now
or
you're
Switzerland for that
in
matter.
your bed. You're in your bed. You're in your room in your bed.
Oh, okay.
You just you're just in the process of waking up from the dream. Your eyes are still closed and you hear that in your room.
Making house calls all of a sudden, huh?
As you open your eyes, you look up and where you would normally see the ceiling, you can see a shimmering uh, gateway about the same size as your bed. And at the other side of it, you see this kind of shaggy blonde haired guy with a little bit of a stubble for a beard. He's sitting in a Hawaiian shirt, t shirt underneath it, pair of shorts, flip flops. He's in this chair, and there's actually like this crystal ball beside of him. And you happen to notice an ashtray and a bottle of liquor. He looks at you. Sorry for disturbing your peaceful sleep and sweet dreams there. No harsh vibes, broseph.
Does this count as dinner before the first date?
Honestly, man, I mean, we can have dinner if you want, but uh, so Deanne kind of volunteered you to help me out with something.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, but she said you were currently indisposed and unable to make it in time, and that I should go ahead and fetch you myself
Well,
in order
I
to
think you
make sure,
just go ahead.
yeah, in order to make sure that you make it here around the same time as everybody else.
Well, you just saved me a plane trip that could have ended catastrophically.
Oh, that's so cool. Thank you for being understanding, dude. I am still going to have to apologize for what's about to happen, though.
I'm not gonna like this, am I?
As you say that, before you even get that out, large black tentacles suddenly shoot out from the edges of this gateway, completely wrap your body, and in this single instance, drag you right into the gate. And as you're traveling through the gate, you are feel yourself like flying through the stars, only they're all streaking behind you. You have this variety of colors all flying around behind you and past you. You've seen the warps from like Star Trek and stuff.
Right.
So
You
you've got
didn't
a
take me
lot of
out to dinner first.
as you're saying that, you notice you're picking up speed and you're feeling very cold. And you can honestly like feel the skin pull back on your face as you swear you feel it rip. And then you start feeling your muscles start pull apart off your bones as the tentacles are continuously dragging you until you come across what at first you thought was just a round blob, but then you notice hundreds of eyes open up on this blob as it stares at you with this beak for a mouth. And you happen to notice that all these tentacles are actually what you would consider to be tongues coming out of its mouth. Behind the beak, you can imagine rows of teeth as it pulls you directly into its mouth. And at this point, you black out and you happen to wake up on the floor of this chapel uh, with just wearing your bedclothes, and your items are all scattered about around you. As you wake up, you see the same guys like, yeah, I feel like I should apologize about that. It's always like a weird acid trip everyone's first time. Takes some
Cahoots.
getting used to.
By the way, his bedclothes are just a pair of briefs.
Okay, so you're just wearing your briefs. He's like, so, yeah. A lot of people say it's like a very bad acid trip your first time. Though you
I've
get used to you get used
I've
to it.
never been so violated in all my life.
I was getting ready to say Kahulu Taxi Service.
I should probably get dressed now, shouldn't I?
Yeah. But hey, at least it's not as bad as what some of the people say happens whenever I have to resurrect them.
I bet that's fun.
I wouldn't know myself, but they've always described it as a true life changing and eye opening experience.
I feel so
I
bad for
think
Snowflake.
life changing is kind of hitting the nail on the head, don't you think?
Hey, We should all embrace change.
Change can be good. Death's not
Yeah.
all that fun, from what I understand, but change is good sometimes.
As we flash back to the future, to the present time, you've been there for a couple of hours at this point for Hope and everybody to walk up to you. I just want to say I have been waiting all week to do that segment.
I bet.
It's perfect. I was getting ready to say, if that wasn't in the past and Hope saw him just sitting there in his briefs, she would be so convinced that he inhaled too much. And the sad part is, it wouldn't be the first time she saw his briefs because he had them ripped off at the Switzerland one
No,
time.
he had his pants ripped off. He still had his briefs on.
Yeah, but he still had his briefs on.
Yeah. So with that, we carry back over to you, Marcus, as you happen to notice Hope and then walk up and Hope asks you, Marcus, is that you? Or am I just too stoned?
Please tell me y'all brought food. I am hungry for some reason.
I do have rations, she said with a warm smile, even though he can't see it. She's got her mask and robe on.
Oh, he could feel it though.
Yes.
He feels
I will
colors.
eat a horse at this point. I've been sitting with this guy for so long. He still hasn't even told me his name. There's been no dinner.
At
I've
that
been
point,
violated in so many ways. I'll tell you guys about it later.
it's about that point you hear. Welcome! Welcome, children of the flock, to the chapel of the calling, where we strive to learn and understand about all the precious life forms, both in this universe and the next. What can I do for you?
Um, Deanne sent us here.
Oh, you're them. Oh, sweet.
Them?
Yeah. She said she's going to have a group of people help me out as payment for resurrecting that one guy.
Snowflake
I
mentioned
think it
it.
was a, I think it was a double service. I not only resurrected him, but I think I also cured him of some addiction problem he had.
Does Ari hear this?
Yes. Ari's in there with you.
Jay.
I love how it's the actual attic that heals the attic. And I say attic in a light-hearted tone because it seems like he knows what he's doing. He hasn't killed
I,
himself yet.
Ari's gonna try to or try to go unnoticed to the
So,
background.
Are you attempting to hide?
What? No hug for Marcus?
Hope's more reserved. Sorry, Marcus. But she is glad to see you.
Ari will go up and run to Marcus and give him a big hug.
Yay!
I thought you
Flicker
all loved
says,
to be
"Welcome
all.
back."
That almost sounded sincere, Bard.
I mean, you were almost dead pretty much, so have to at least
Fair
keep it
enough.
somewhat lightheaded.
oh, so you guys all already know each other. That's cool.
Well,
That's
I don't
cool.
know the one guy. who's kind of got his nose in a book, who
I
is
walk past and
edging
ignore him completely.
edging away. Hi, hi. All right. It was nice meeting you.
This
Uh,
is Laguna. He's a new member, I suppose, courtesy of Deanne.
Ah, new face. Great. Should be fun.
And has no taste in music.
I
Was
don't
Says
think
Flicker
Flicker.
playing?
he's.
I
Because
think
if it was
Flicker.
Flicker playing, I can completely understand that one. No offense, Bard.
This is the guy that nat 20 to performance check with disadvantage.
Yes.
To be fair, I don't. Wait, was Marcus there for that?
Yes.
Oh,
That was
okay,
Well,
epic.
never
Mark,
mind.
everybody wound up showing up for that point because that was right when Marcus took his oath and suddenly had to fear the vision of. Uh, Basically, he was given a vision of Savone trying to grab a hold of Flicker's soul, and he came running straight to the tavern where Flicker was playing. Because
Oh
remember
yeah.
that was also the period of time where Flicker was depressed because he couldn't see any of you until Marcus barged through the door.
Right, that was another of Slavone's tricks.
Irie's gonna wait for a distraction and look around to see if there's any more of the paraphernalia.
Marcus is gonna point to it because he's been watching it for the last couple hours.
What's going on, little lady? Are you sure you're old enough?
I'll vouch for her.
she's
Thank you, Marcus.
she may be
Oh,
tiny, but she's well old enough, I assure you.
Okay. I'm, I'm not the guardians or the parents, so if the parents and guardian says so, I'm down.
No, 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 it's not that situation. Uh,
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
you are not helping, Ari. Hope actually looks around the chapel. Is there any notable religious icons?
What you see is basically images of a round ball, and on the ball you see a bunch of little eyes.
Would I be able to recognize this symbol?
Roll me.
It'd be religion, I believe, wouldn't it?
Actually,
It's an eldritch being, so
Ooh,
I mean,
that's that's a toss up between religion and arcana, depending on where you're at.
yeah. Um, as far as recognizing the being itself, I would have you roll an Arcana check. If you want to recognize maybe the religion, roll a religion check.
I roll a religion. I'm not really. Eh.
So lately, you've noticed a lot of extraterrestrial and eldritch beings starting to pop up as religious figures. This specific one, you're going to have to roll an Arcana check in order to discover it. But you've seen this symbol before. You know, these people are usually pretty placid and peaceful by nature. Um, they are more about understanding and caring for all life forms and learning and knowledge.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
meanwhile, Irie goes next to Marcus right over there, manages to take a couple of the paraphernalia items and
Well,
just,
he gives
you
you
know,
like your own little wrapped up small one. He says, "It's okay." You know, it really does help with some children with anxiety issues. Not that I'm
uh,
authority figure in it.
Um, to get on with it, Hope looks at the man and asks, "And you seem to have heard about us, but who are you? And why did Deanne
Oh,
send us to you? Or we know why Deanne sent us to you, but like, what is this repayment you're looking for?"
oh, where are my manners? I'm Jacques, the prophet, the leading prophet of Moro.
More.
Yes, we tend to call ourselves the Morons.
Oh dear.
I love it.
Marcus stifles a laugh.
Was this a name that you people created on your own, or was this
It was
uh
kind of given to us, but hey, it fits.
oh
Like Moro, and, like Egyptians.
yeah.
Yeah, Moro, and stick a N and a S at the end of it. Moroons.
That's I think that's a very interesting name.
But yeah,
Thank you for sharing that.
Moro, he's a great being. He desires knowledge above all else, knowledge and understanding. He has an innate knowledge of every kind of spell you can think of.
So he
Marcus is
encourages
gonna lean down to
creativity.
Ari and be like, "Do you see the irony of this, or is it just me?"
I, am I assuming that Marcus has one lit already?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, I was gonna go for an already
He's
lit one and start to start to take a puff.
he he's only got a contact eye.
Yeah,
Uh,
that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Being
Recently,
a former
re-
officer and a paladin, kind of against his religion.
that's fair.
recently we've been having difficulties getting people in. So I thought, hey, how do I attract new people? It's in the middle of winter. Maybe I'll make it super warm in here and they'll come in from the cold, get all warm. It's like, oh, this is so warm and comfy in here. And then I'll be like, yeah, while you're here, why don't I tell you about the wonderful Moro?
That is a very good strategy. Out of curiosity, do you get a lot of homos?
No one's truly ever homeless. We all live here on this great, wonderful planet Earth.
That that is a very wonderful
Some
way of
people
looking at
just
it.
need a little, some people just don't have the same kind of shelter as others. But getting to the task at hand, my name is Jacques. Um, yeah, so recently I've been receiving visions of some people, and I think something bad is about to happen, like body snatcher bad. And I was hoping the group of you could investigate. Tell me, first off, need to figure out if it's supernatural or extraterrestrial.
Could you describe these visions?
Oh, I've got images of them, and he hands you a picture, two pictures, one of each woman. Welcome in, Space. Thank you for the hydrate.
Are these hand drawn?
No.
Oh, okay.
One of them, you see a dark haired woman with a pair of glasses, large, the large frame ones with like the big circles on them.
Mhm.
And then the other one, you see like this really made up blonde woman. He said, I don't really know what's all the details. I just know that whatever's going to happen is supposed to start between tonight and tomorrow.
So soon?
Yeah, like I know this one. He points to the dark haired one. Yeah. She, I have a vision of her tonight, but nothing in the future. And then he points to the other one. He said, and this one, whatever starts with her tonight will end tomorrow night.
Hope looks
So
over at
it's
Marcus.
it's
Sorry.
it's actually a good thing that there's so many of you because you might have to split up for this.
What was Hope going to say to Marcus?
She looks over at Marcus, and well, Jacques beat me to it because it was like, it looks like we might have to split up for this.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
So how do you want to split the group? I agree it'd probably be the quickest way to do it, but how do we want to go about this?
Let's see. Hmm. You probably need to take Flicker, or maybe.
Leave Marcus in the church with some. No, Marcus. So, Decaden, he's making a reference to how you almost died. Because
Yeah,
that,
I kind of figured.
yeah, that's what happened. Is because they're all sitting there getting ready to fight the demons inside the town of Switzerland. Marcus decided to stay behind with Viola and Lisa, and I think Ash originally thought he was just going to avoid combat.
No, I was suggesting somebody should stay. I was trying to get Flicker to do it.
Somehow or another it turned into you staying, and Flicker and everybody else went off to go get the horse and carriage.
I mean, to be fair, if it wasn't for Flicker,
Y'all probably wouldn't have gotten the horse.
yeah.
But so I'm explaining them about the aggressive demons that they've encountered, and I'm like, "You guys roll initiative." I said, "But before we get an initiative, Marcus." No, no. I went with them. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah. So that's the joke he's making. That.
But
Oh.
it would be. She looks over at Laguna,
I'll
and
take the new guy.
well, I'm glad Marcus agreed to that because she's not sure if she wants Laguna around. It'd be too hard for her to
Racist.
keep up. Wait, what?
Does Laguna actually say that?
No.
I was
I
gonna
was gonna
say
say that'd be funny as hell.
you got both the elves together with the Asimer.
I didn't think about it like that. I was trying to think of class and, you know, and then Ari, do you mind if you stay? Ari can stay with me if that's acceptable.
Ari says, "Yeah, that's fine."
No, I'm not racist. I'm not.
Well, I'd rather stay with you than the bard.
That's fair.
And
And she
Bard says,
leans
"I
over
want to stay with you
to
anyway."
Marcus and she says, "I don't think this guy has any combat experience."
It's all right. You'll be fine.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it'll be
Where
fine. We're
should we
not
start?
doing any combat. We're just investigating.
Well, I'm letting him know because he's a tank.
Not the joke in there. What have you ever done any investigating without combat?
Fair enough.
Oh,
How do we start? She looks over to Jacques and she asks, "Do you know where? Do you know anything about these women?"
oh yeah. Um, the dark-haired one around 7 o'clock tonight. She'll be passing around the library, and the blonde-haired one, she's having dinner with a group of friends at 7 o'clock tonight. And I'll tell you where the restaurant is.
Do you want to come with us, Jacques?
No, it would honestly be easier on your investigation if I wasn't around. I might have already been made once.
Do we have names for them?
I don't think he does. I mean, with the lady at the party dinner, he might have a nickname or a first name, but
Well, the blonde's name is Francis. The dark-haired one, I'm not so sure about.
Well, works for me. I can work with that.
you want to go with
She's
dark hair?
Yeah, I'll take that one.
And we can try to locate Francis. We'll probably end up having to do a stakeout until they arrive.
Well, no, they'll be there at 7 o'clock. Trust me.
Hmm. In the meantime, is there?
In the meantime, you could probably do all sorts of stuff. Go out, maybe get some supplies. I understand you haven't been here for a while.
That
Maybe
is the
visit
Zane
some of your
way.
favorite.
That is Zanzu's way of telling us to get prepared.
You haven't been here for a while, so it wouldn't hurt for you to visit some of the shops. I understand that some of the shopkeepers, because I know things. That's part of what I do with Moro is knowing things.
Out of curiosity, do you know of a special herb shop? One for potent assistance, not for pure knowledge gathering.
Oh, there's Bronson's Pharmacy.
I think Hope will head there.
There's also Johnson's Tinker Shop. I believe I heard something about him wanting to meet up with a couple of you.
Oh,
Someone named
Ooh.
Flicker.
All right.
all right.
Me, the the cloak guy, and Flicker will head over to the tinkerer.
Then
All right.
I head.
Jade's gonna ask in regards to the medication. Is there anywhere else I can get more of this stuff? Just for the road.
Hey, anytime you want to come by for a hookup.
Door's always open.
The door is always open. I don't mind. You can Learn all about the great Moro.
We definitely are going to need some more info on that Moro
Oh,
for
well,
Ari's research purposes.
Yes, for my research purposes.
uh, you want to take a break here, guys? Before
yes,
we.
I do need to get more drinks.
yeah, my water's almost empty, and I need to stretch my legs.
Yes, definitely. I think this will be a good time for a break, and then we can resume with us heading off to the shops.
Okay.
We will be right back shortly. 10 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. We'll see you guys then. Hope you guys are enjoying the session so far.
I am. I love it.
Yes.
And not because of the weed. I want to make that explicitly clear.
I do have a question for you, Decaden.
Ooh.
I will probably wait until after break because I think he done stepped off.
Yeah.
I will be back in about 10 minutes.
BRB.
Death from above.
bring us back.
What is this?
Whoa!
Hi.
Hi, King. Maybe now's not a good time to pop
I just want to say hi real quick.
in. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
I.
just want y'all can stream.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you. I was not
That was some actually really good timing on his part. Not gonna lie,
Yes.
that was like really good timing.
Yes, he always has the best timing out of everything.
Yeah. Well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. As you heard, King popped in to say hi.
Hello. Just we're, we're we're back. I can't. I'm sorry.
Ooh. All right. So, kind of recap. You went over everything. The prophet of the Great Moro uh, gave you a heads up because he knows things. That's part of it being a prophet for the Great Moros, knowing weird facts. But he instructed you about 7 o'clock tonight. But in the meantime,
With his wise and infinite knowledge, he
he
told us to get prepped.
well, no, he didn't specifically say to get prepped, but he did say that some of the shops around were looking for some of you.
So we're gonna split up into our two groups now, or we don't? Do we
Well,
want
I
to
kind
travel
of wanted
together
all
to the
of us
two
to go
shops?
together to prepare
That's
for the.
fine. We can split up. We can split up later.
Yeah. I guess that's just because it doesn't feel like there's an important reason for us to split up now.
Correct. So do we want to hit the apothecary, or do we want to hit the tinker?
Do we really want to hit anybody? It's rude.
Take them to Pound Town.
I almost got to pound down with that damn tentacle thing.
And you still haven't received your dinner
I know, it's so rude.
or technical
Touch me.
breakfast.
I was in my briefs, touched me inappropriately, and didn't even take me to dinner. I'm gonna have to have a talk with that deity.
Okay. In the meantime, back on track.
My bad.
No, I
So
mean,
what
there's just no way to get back from that.
I have been eagerly looking forward to and prepping for that all week, that whole segment.
I believe it. That's why you were grinning.
Uh, that and the meeting of Laguna has been the two big things for this session that I've really been looking forward to.
And it's a shame you had no idea.
What?
It is. I love the fact, for those of you at home, Decaden didn't even know what was about to happen with that. That was a surprise on his part. I kind of blindsided with it. Originally, he was just going to meet up with everybody via airplane in the next couple of days. I'm like, nah, we're going to do this. And it's going to be a surprise for him. I'm going
Oh,
to
it
try to
was a
throw him off
surprise.
balance. Yeah.
It was
Right, I
definitely
work
a
well.
surprise.
I
Sorry.
work well with surprises.
That you do.
So, which shop are you
Yeah,
guys going to first? We have Johnson's Tinker Shop, Queen's Tailors, and the Bronson and Sons Pharmacy.
I. It's a coin toss between Taylor and Armory for me. as far as first goes.
Well, which one wanted to see Flicker? Let's go see them first.
Oh, I think it was
Johnson's
Johnson.
Tinker Shop was specifically looking for Flicker.
Okay. So we'll start heading in that direction, and on the way, Marcus is going to recant his trip through the void to get to where they met him at.
Yeah.
All right.
And Marcus is gonna be like, and you'll never experience the sliminess of tentacles on your inner thigh when you're in your birthday suit wearing only briefs.
And they wonder why we're 18 plus. Because I had someone ask me that. It's like, why are you 18 plus? And I
How did
said,
Because
you make?
random
fitness.
things happen.
It's just like it's like, how did you make Pokemon 18 plus? Well, we slaughtered the Stantler and carved it up for food, along with some Magikarp, and then
Oh
Magikarp
no.
on Magikarp. Oh, anyways, so you go to Johnson's Tinker Shop. Uh, it is currently 9:30 in the morning when you make it there. You'll go in, you'll notice, Hope and Flicker will notice that Johnson is not currently in, but you do see a couple of people manning the counter for him. Ari, you recognize Bob and Chap McNebish.
Yay!
As when you walk in, Chap looks at you. Oh, Boss Ari! And then suddenly gets quiet and starts looking around. It's like, um, hey, what are you doing here?
I'm traveling with these uh people. I got roped into stuff. How about you guys?
We are helping to pay off our debt for everything we did.
With such a sorrowful tone. They've they've met Diane, haven't they?
The
Or
end.
recently, Diane. I'm sorry.
Uh, it's a safe bet to assume that every last one of them's met Deanne. Well,
Well,
considering that Deanne did show up in the warehouse and completely obliterated
Okay,
them
so
after.
these aren't the ones that we confronted in the alleyway.
No.
oh no, these are my henchmen.
The ones you confronted in the alleyway were Ari's henchmen, too.
Yeah.
Namely, Philip was the one that you confronted in the alleyway.
Okay, I was curious about that. Uh,
And you had actually left him with Johnson,
yeah, I thought
tied
it was
up.
Philip, but no, it's not.
No. But yeah, it's not that bad though. Uh Boss Johnson, he's not very rough with us. I've had worse jobs.
Our Marcus is gonna look at Ari. Were you mean to them?
Nothing but some some training that was
Oh no, 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 no. Boss Ari was never that bad to us either. Uh we all we all were willing to die for her. Matter of fact, most of us did die for her. But we're
ouch.
back
Makes
now.
sense.
But we're back now.
We died for her, but we're back now. We're fine.
Big ouch.
We'd
Oh,
do it
you were in the
again.
room too?
We'd do it again in a heartbeat, Boss Ari.
Oh.
Well, you might have to check your work schedules first, but since you're.
Yeah, yeah. But I have to say, as far as professional gigs go, this ain't that bad. We get, he doesn't skimp on our pay. He treats us with respect as long as we do our jobs, which we're not
Oh,
really too responsible for a whole lot of stuff. We just, you know, accept the money and hand out the stuff that he's either fixed or prepared. Speaking of which, would one of you happen to be named Flicker?
Marcus is gonna push the bard forward.
uh, yeah, that's me. What can I help you with?
So, um, Philip's still around too. He's actually become an apprentice to Boss Johnson, and they are both currently in his workshop area. And he was very interested in seeing you the next time that you came down.
I can give him a performance.
Ad alert! Yeah, that's something I added to Caden.
I seen that. I was just getting ready to hit it too.
Mm, well, I don't deal with the ad breaks as much during D&D, but for the regular game stuff we do, yeah, we'll stop for ads
Yeah, with the
as long
D
as
and
I
D,
know it.
we kind of just keep going.
Yeah,
That's fine.
but
Habit, my bad.
It's a good habit, I guess.
I mean it's only 1 point anyways. But yeah, so he's like, I don't know about if he's wanting a performance, but he was really wanting to see you at the workshop area. You, if you think you could stop by there to visit him.
No performance?
Maybe, I don't know.
He's secretly a die-hard Flicker fan.
He'd be the
Maybe I
only
can get some
one.
point.
Oh, did you say this out loud?
No. If
Okay.
somebody said he's secretly a diehard Flicker fan out loud, I probably would have said that out loud as Marcus, but nobody did.
Oh well,
Wait,
that's
did
what
somebody say that out loud? Did somebody say that Johnson was
No,
a Flicker fan?
no.
Okay. Because I will. I'll definitely say it makes Marcus say it because that'd be funny as hell.
Imagine the mental trauma, though.
I
I was
miss
gonna say
Conby.
I
That's
know.
that's
they
all it is I miss Conby.
Yes, we
I'm
all miss Conby.
sorry.
No offense, Jade, but only
None
Flicker
taken.
can do a
I'm not.
Flicker.
Flicker can do a flicker. I'm not doing well with this bipolar situation, okay?
I will say that they would have had a comment to say if someone said he's secretly a diehard Flicker fan.
Nah, that's
Now
not
the reason
true.
I say I miss Conby is because I've gotten to hang out with Jade a couple of times. I haven't gotten to hang out with Conby since I left.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's
He's not really
kept
a
pretty
Twitch
busy.
streamer, and he's kept busy with everything.
Yeah, but moving on with the campaign.
Sorry.
But yeah, he's been really looking forward to seeing Flicker, or Master Flicker, as he has taken to calling him.
Well, Master Flicker, better go on and see him.
I don't know what the heck you guys are talking about.
Neither do we.
Nope, neither do we.
I'll sign some autographs though.
He, there's actually a chance that Philip might ask you for one.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we're heading to the workshop now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you go to the workshop. It's not too terribly far away, but it it does take you about 15 minutes of travel on foot. Hope and Flicker would be the two. Well, Ari technically would know where it is too.
Yeah, Ari would know because guess what she did?
Ari, yeah, Ari was the one that robbed him and blew up half his building.
Yeah.
Ari's gonna choose to stay on the outside.
I think it's cool now. I think you're safe.
Well, if you guys insist.
You knock on the door. Uh, First, you hear nobody's home.
That's a contradictory statement.
Who is it?
The people that helped you.
You're gonna have to be more specific than that.
You get a lot of robberies then, huh?
Give me a
Flicker.
moment.
That got a reaction.
You see, as it comes up, you see Johnson answer the door, a newspaper folded up in his hand. He invites you in, and he's like, "Ah, oh, good to see you guys."
Good to see you too. Has business been well?
It has actually been booming. You know what? I have to say that one guy that you guys left with me, he I think he's got a future in this.
That's wonderful to hear.
He's really taken to it. He's really put a lot of effort into his latest creation, something that he made specifically himself. So, his own design.
Jay goes up to him and
Uh,
approaches just to say hello.
Who goes
he
up to him?
invites you. I'm
Or not
sorry,
Ari.
I,
Sorry.
I was pulling up a window. Oh, you.
Oh,
I heard that Deanne had recruited you to work to help pay off some of your debt. I suppose if I'm hiring the rest of your crew, I shouldn't be so harsh on you. As long as you're actually doing the right thing and helping to pay it off.
That's why I'm here.
Okay. Well, you see him go back to his desk where he had a cup of coffee. Well, back to what I was previously doing before you guys knocked on the door. You see him get in his chair, kick his feet up on the desk, open up the newspaper. He said, "Oh, yeah, that feels good." And as you look over, you hear some tink tink tink, the sound of a little hammer tinkering on a piece of metal, and you can recognize Philip, his back turned towards you, uh, with a set of goggles on his face, tinkering on something. It doesn't seem like he's noticed that you're there yet.
Ari's gonna go ahead and approach Philip.
Do a jump scare.
I'm not gonna do a jump scare.
Okay.
Pat on the shoulder saying, "Hey, Philip, how's it been?"
You see him jump a little bit and almost drop the hammer and looks around. He's like, "Oh, Boss Ari. Hey." He kind of holds the, and it's a little tiny hammer. And you just see him kind of back up towards the table a little bit, holding it to his chest. Hey, how have you been?
Been doing quite well. How about yourself, Philip? I hear you've been tinkering with something back here. What you got?
Um, I actually had something for Master Flicker to show my appreciation to him helping me find this new calling in my life. I'm sorry, Boss Ari. I'm going to have to leave the group.
It's okay, Philip. If you found your calling, I won't get mad. But what I can do is at least introduce you to Flicker here.
Oh, we've met.
Uh, as you said before. Then
Yeah.
should I bring him over?
You treat him like a
Yeah.
celebrity, and I love it.
I have to do it because he seems very shy about it. I'm reading the situation over here.
He seems kind of nervous about the fact he relaxes a lot more after you tell him that it's okay that he's leaving the group.
Yes.
He's like, okay. I honestly was kind of worried, but like with me going missing right before everything went down at the warehouse, and then now me suddenly deciding I didn't tell anybody anything. Well, I might have said a couple of things, but I was under a spell.
Oh, I know what he's talking about now.
I just look
But
at him and say, just let me bring Flicker over here. Just give him a pat on the shoulder and then I call over the bard.
okay, as Flicker walks up, Master Flicker, I actually made something for you over the past few days. Because you've always been such a gentleman to me, and you helped me find this job. And I thought a gentleman should deserve a gentleman's cane. And you see him go around to behind one of the tables, and he pulls out this cane. It's got little clockwork gears leading up around the handle. And on the head of it, you can kind of see the image of a golden lion. And when he brings it out, he's like, now, this is a very special cane. And I should probably show you how it works. But I've designed it to silently use air pressure to shoot specialized darts.
Ooh.
He said, what you do is, and you see him push a button on the side of the handle, and it folds out. And then after it does that, you notice this single sliv the single lever comes flying out from underneath the lion's chin. The Flicker just joined the cane club, shifts his cane in obvious gesture. The single lever comes out, but the golden part folds down, and you can see a hollowed out recess there. And then you see him bring out this case, and in this case, there's a single red colored dart. And when I say red colored, this is like it's got a little um, point at the end of it, but through the body of it is glass, and in the glass you can see kind of this glowing red liquid. And you see him insert the dart, and as he closes the the handle of the cane back over it, you hear it click. And you say, so imagine, if you will, you're walking along the street and doing your gentlemanly business, and then out of nowhere, you seem to be attacked by some ruffians. And you see him, and you look over, and there's a mannequin that has, towards the end of the building, you can see like a bunch of things. This mannequin is all by itself. Let me start. And then you can actually see like different cuts and chunks missing out of certain parts of this mannequin. You can see it's actually gotten a charcoal black coloring to it on certain parts of its body. And he's like, now you don't have time to do a bunch of other things, or, maybe you do, but you don't have time to reach for a proper weapon. Or they're too far away and you don't need them getting away. And he said, what you do is you lift up the cane here, point. The moment that you load the cane, the gears in it shift to store up air pressure. And you see this lever comes out. This is the trigger. So you lift up the cane and you point it. And he points the cane at the mannequin, pulls the trigger, and you barely hear a just, like a little small air gun. There's almost no sound from it as it uses air pressure. As it shoots out, and when it does shoot out, you see this dart actually make contact with the mannequin, and then where the dart made contact, all of a sudden you see a fireball explode out from there.
It's the boom kitty boom.
It's the boom kitty boom.
He said, now he said, the cane itself I can give you, and I want to give you as a gift for everything that you've done for me. You can keep it, you can give it to somebody else. I'll leave that up to you. But I want you to have this cane. And I am actually going to share the info about this cane.
Oh, wow.
And I am going to place it into Flickr's inventory for now. Um, it. I think that just reshared it to Flickr. Hold on, let me put it in this. There we go. He said, unfortunately, you can probably get like regular darts and stuff for it through some of the general stores, but like some of the specialized darts, like the one I just shot, you'll have to get from Bronson and Sons Pharmacy.
Flicker there looks in shock at the art and the work that was put into this cane and says, "Wow, thank you very much. I see you've put a lot of work into this cane and I appreciate it."
You see a big smile pop up on Philip's face. I'm so
Aw.
glad you approve of it, Master Flicker. He said, I've really taken a liking to this. I may not have the best ability to output magical energy into my weapons and items, but I found working with my hands on these things has been quite becoming of me.
Well, if this is what you can produce in a short amount of time here, I'm pretty sure that you're going to be set for great things in the future.
You hear Johnson sit there, flick over a page on his newspaper. He says, honestly, I have to say, I've never had an apprentice work half as hard as him. I'm actually quite proud of him.
Ari
Also,
smirks and
also makes my life a whole hell of a lot easier. And he turns another page on the newspaper. And he stops and takes a sip of his coffee and sets it back down on the desk. And then flicks out the newspaper to straighten it.
Mm-hmm.
Ari chimes in and says, "Keep up the good work. Proud of you."
Uh, thank you, Miss Ari. So, oh, yeah, like as I mentioned before, you have to go to Bronson's and Sons Pharmacy in order to pick up the darts. You hear Johnson say, be perfectly honest, probably wouldn't hurt to stop by Queen's Tailor's, see how things have evolved over there since you helped all of us out. I hear they've gotten some inspiration ever since they got all their designs back.
Clicker says, "All right, might as well go on and check them out. Get me some new darts."
Before we go, let's see. This. Uh, I wanted to speak with you, Johnson, about my weapon.
You see him look away from the newspaper, start folding it up, pulls his feet off the desk, and start sitting straight up. Yes.
Well, she pulls out uh the warhammer and shows him the shield and everything, and she says, "Well, I'm happy with my having a warhammer. My biggest problem is I'm not quite strong enough to always swing it accurately. I was wondering if there was a lighter material I could use to make this out of to improve it. That way it's not such a strain on me without sacrificing some of the power to it."
Unfortunately, when it comes to warhammers, and hammer type weapons, a lot of it is in the density and leverage that you have with them that makes them as effective as what they are.
Ah,
Now, I could probably see about doing some different weapon types that uh, might interest you more.
she's not.
Short,
Sorry.
there'd be short blades and
That would be very helpful. At the time that I took off to start my job, as you would say, there wasn't very many options for me to choose from. I thought I could get stronger eventually to where I could wield it with a e- much more ease than now, but I'm afraid that has not been the case.
is there anything in specific that you want out of this sword?
Let's see. I'm used to carrying an umbrella around, so something similar in that fashion would work. Shifts his cane in an obvious gesture.
That has been there.
It
Yeah,
hasn't.
that's
I
not
just
new.
happened to look at the chat. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Uh, but yeah, something that wouldn't be so conspicuous for a woman my age to be carrying around.
Mm.
But something that's light enough, perhaps, to carry around and easy to draw out. I admit it is a bit hard for me to undo uh, my hammer. It takes time for me to put together, and it's not exactly ideal when I'm put into uh, combat.
Mm. So, about what kind of size are you looking at? Because I can do a collapsible dagger, something you could hold in a pocketbook, though I'm not sure you really carry pocketbooks around.
No, I'm afraid not. Um,
Uh, you being someone from the cloth, it wouldn't exactly be, well, you already carry around an umbrella. Uh, I can probably fix you something with a parasail.
Is she proficient in rapiers?
I thought about a rapier, but like,
Because in theory, if he were to do a paracel
That
with
was actually what I was
a blade at the
looking.
tip that springs out when it's combat time, it would be considered a rapier with the attack motions you would have to do.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why I said if she's proficient in rapier, you could do a pointed parasol as your weapon.
um, my
That's pretty valid.
proficiency is all
you
simple
got simple
weapons.
weapons. Uh, I mean, you could technically, even if you weren't proficient in it, still use it. You just wouldn't get the +2 to the attack. Let's see. I don't think rapier is a simple weapon though.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Isn't
what the
it
hell that class.
finesse?
I know it class. It doesn't it classify as an elven weapon or something like that. I know
It
elves are proficient in it.
actually a short sword is technically a martial weapon too.
Uh,
Like simple weapon be club, dagger, great club, hand axe, javelin, light hammer,
Yeah,
mace,
it's a
quarterstaff,
martial weapon.
sickle, spear.
And those are simple or martial?
Those are simple. Here we go. Rapier is a martial weapon.
Mm-hmm. With finesse.
Yeah, something I don't have.
Which is
Uh,
higher, strength or dexterity?
Uh,
you have a +1 on your deck, so
yeah,
So
but I have
dex
a
is higher, then
-1.
she'd want finesse. You would want something with finesse because it takes your dex modifier instead of your strength modifier.
Hmm.
problem is the only simple weapon that does that would be the dagger.
She could do a parasol with a dagger in the handle, so all she would have to do is draw the dagger out and use the dagger, and then therefore it classifies as something she's proficient with.
And she
Although
can
me personally,
Possibly.
I like the parasol idea with the blade at the tip and her using it like a rapier. I think that would be more characteristic for her character. But
yeah.
again, the
I
dagger would
know
make more.
I know with what she currently has, like part of the whole paracel reason that she has the warhammer with the paracel is because the tip of the head of the paracel actually acts as a shield.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She she detaches it and she has a shield.
Here's an idea, and I don't know if it'll work out well. What if, like, I have the shield and, like, a light mace, like a regular mace, that can, or something that's club-like, I can detach, and then at the handle, like the Caden said, it'll be like a dagger.
Ooh, dual weapon basically, or dual purpose weapon.
Yeah,
He
dual
I
said,
like
purpose.
that.
actually, that gives me an idea. What if, because we're using a paracel,
Rifle.
no, no, I'm actually looking up. So Morningstar would technically be a martial weapon,
um,
but he said, what if for the paracel you could have it detach into a shield like your hammer does now, but the bottom head where the handle would could be a mace, but you'd also have the option of a dagger attached to a chain that you could sling around.
that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Hmm.
So mace and flail combo.
Technically, it would be because the flail would be a martial weapon as well, but it would be instead of the ball headed hammer attached to the end of the chain, she'd have a mace with a dagger combo. But the dagger,
Oh, the
yeah,
hell are those called?
but the
They're
dagger could pull apart with the chain inside. He
Like
said,
a
I,
kukri kind of thing.
yeah. There you go, kukri.
yeah.
That sounds dope.
So you could have the, so, And you see him start writing out some of the stuff. He said I could even have it instead of. He said I could have the shield itself unscrew off, and the point of the parasol actually be part of the dagger.
Hope's eyes widen a little bit and she's like, that sounds great. That way I have a quick weapon to access, and I can also still have my shield as well for more prepared combat.
This is Don and Doffer. Give me. I can have it ready in a few days. It'll cost you 17 pounds.
Let's see, how many do I have?
I'll note that you haven't technically been paid for your job in Switzerland yet.
Okay, because I have 32 now.
Darkness blacker than black, darker than dark. The time of awakening hath come. Return all of creation to cinders and rise from the abyss. Grant your humble servant the most powerful attack ever known. Explosion!
I can't hear you good. Now I can hear you. Let's see.
Okay.
Note section.
Yeah, put a note section.
I'll make a player note. There we go.
So let's say Monday the 20th. I should have it done by now. By then.
The week.
Monday the 20th.
Well,
Well,
if Philip works with me, maybe Saturday the 18th. No, it'd have to be Monday because I'd have to forge the new shield.
and how much did you say it would be?
We'll say Saturday the 18th. It'll be 17 pounds.
Oh, yeah, I can pay for that now. Because I have. Oops. And that should be it. And because I have. Don't look at that. I have 32 pounds.
Okay. I know what got you confused. For some reason, it output the wrong date. I don't. I don't know why. Okay, let's try this again. Because it's actually Thursday the 16th. So there it is. It never updated the date because Monday the 13th was when you left.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, Monday the 13th, you left early that morning, left Switzerland. I had it changed on my calendar, but it didn't change on the upper part of the calendar. So it was still, whenever it output the date to you guys earlier, it was still doing the day that you left. I don't know why.
It was probably a rush thing that happened. It was we were all tired.
All right. But yeah, Saturday the 18th, I should have it ready. It'll be closer to the end of the workday, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Let's see.
Uh, but yeah, if you want to go ahead and pay us now,
Yes, that would be good. So 32 minus 17.
15.
I was letting her work it out herself.
I'm trying to start college classes.
The college
Gotta get
class
that
she's
practice in.
yes, the college class she's starting is a math one too.
Well, I
Gotta get that.
haven't
Like, you
done
gotta let her get
classes
that
in
practice in.
forever. I've been so sick, so I'm out of practice.
And welcome in and thank you for the lurk web.
Thank you, Web.
Let me do your
Shout out.
thing. Yeah, got to do the shout out. And
Zuzu needs the practice. That way, when her professor asks her, "How'd you stay so good with your math?" D&D could be her response.
all right,
He'll either
so I
give
got
me a thumbs up or banish me from the class.
There's no middle
pitch
ground with
in.
D&D. It's either they're in the hate camp or they're in the love camp. There's like no,
Well,
okay.
I'll tell you, because if they're actually a cool teacher, they'll be like, you know, you laugh, but especially on the pen and paper variations of it, playing tabletop games, there's a lot of math involved.
Oh yeah.
Yes. It's just I had one professor. It was a literature teacher. We were talking about Beowulf, and
Oh,
one of the classmates said, well, she was saying how he did it naked, and one of the kids piped up and said, technically he was armed because he had
hey,
Grendel's arm. Oh,
yeah,
she kicked him out of the classroom.
that's funny.
She even gave him the death stare, and it's like, I wish she was more cool about it, though.
Yeah. All right, moving on.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. We all kind of went on a tangent. So you've got your order. He looks around the rest of you. He said, anybody else got anything to add? Granted, I won't be able to get to it until after I finish Hopes, but
Marcus is just gonna press his cane to his forehead and just be like, "I'm good."
Laguna?
Does this look like books to you?
I can make something that looks like a book.
No.
In fact, you see him go on the thought.
A man that
He
knows
said,
what he wants.
he goes, a matter of fact, if I were to work with Bronson, I could give you something that looks like a book and you could throw it at him and we could make it explode.
Or like a returning book.
No, I want a book. Real book.
With pages and writing in it.
Romance or spicy?
Isn't that the same thing?
Laguna walks out of the store.
No, 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 no. There's a difference between romance and spicy. Romance, they got the feels in there. Spicy, they do the feels in there. And describe it. Oh,
Yeah, but I guess that's a no. Well, technically, it'd be a limited edition book because if it hits the ground, boom.
It's a valid point.
I don't know if y'all noticed, he already left.
We're just having this anime moment. Meanwhile, Laguna just left the building already.
yeah. So don't forget, I think if you want the darts, Bronson's got them. And it might be worth your interest in order to visit with Queen's Tailors.
All right, heading to Queens. I
Heading
got a
on the
potty
Queens.
though.
Thank you so
You
much,
want to,
Johnson.
hey,
And
it's
Philip?
the least I can do. I want you to know. Normally, I'd charge £20 for something like this.
Ooh.
I'm giving you as cheap of a discount as I possibly can for all your help before.
I appreciate that very much, and I am grateful. Which technically means the same thing. And Philip, keep doing the good work.
At this point, Philip's already got his back turned towards you again.
Another anime
Uh,
moment where she's just looking on in the distance. It's like,
He's got his goggles on. You hear the tink, 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 tink. And you see him kind of bobbing his head. Master Flicker said it was good. Master Flicker really liked it. Master Flicker.
Aww.
yes.
Lady
Aw.
Ari said it was really good. Everybody liked it. I did such a good job. Let's make the next one even better.
Ari can't help but smile as she walks out of the store.
Well, technically, this is the workshop, not the store. He's got the store
Workshop.
that he's got the store where he actually, because he acts as like a clock repair shop for the mundane people. And then he has his workshop where he actually crafts things for the mages. So technically, the workshop is where he actually does the work, and then the store is just where he accepts the money normally and returns
A
the
good
objects.
businessman caters to every type of customer.
All of a sudden, you hear the voice of Jacques in the distance. Yeah.
Hope freezes. She's just frozen there. She hears those words.
That's not me joking. You guys actually hear that.
I know, I freeze.
Well, I was just clarifying for the everybody else.
Except
Marcus is
Laguna.
gonna turn around and go, anybody else hear that?
I wish I didn't. No, I'm
All
gonna
right,
be
well,
nice
just
about it.
that
Be
is just
like,
not me.
I think I hear what you hear, unless we both have brain tumors. I don't think
Well,
that.
I don't think I can get brain tumors, but it's good to know I'm not the only one going crazy.
Jacques, is there an update?
You hear nothing.
Don't worry about it, Johnson. That's someone we know.
And you see him kind of give you a wide-eyed look and just kind of nod his head. He's like, "Sure, okay."
To the Queen Taylor. The Queen's Taylor.
To the tailors.
As you guys step out of the store, he's like, "Oh, I was almost called."
Hope ignores.
All right.
It's not that she doesn't like him. It's just she's very reserved about. She's just very reserved.
He worships an eldritch being, which,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
I mean, in all fairness, he's probably a really nice person, and in another life they would get along.
so would you guys like to take another 10-minute break before we continue on?
Uh,
I think I heard
I'm good.
somebody. I thought I heard someone mention something about having to use the bathroom or something.
I already went.
Okay.
I don't mind
Nice.
another break,
Like
but if
literally right after I said I've got a potty, I left the office to go do that.
did you actually
I
Oh,
was
go
no.
already
to the
up to.
potty?
No, I
Yeah,
meant in the past like 10, 15 minutes. I thought.
that's what I mean is I said I had to go potty. I got up from my desk and went to the bathroom. That whole
Okay.
time you guys were doing that little spiel with the uh Hope and Johnson, I was in the bathroom.
Okay.
I came
All
back just as Jock was talking to us.
right.
I, no offense, but I didn't even notice. You felt very present.
You
Well,
did,
that's
and
good.
and you did, and no offense, but I just love the fact that that's the moment he returns, considering everything that happened between Marcus and Shock already, and that's the moment the Cage returns. You're shot. Anyways, so you guys head out to Queen's Tailors. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were saying that we were going there.
Yeah,
No.
that sounded more like a
Yeah.
statement than a question.
Yeah, it did. I thought that was a statement. Pause. Is that correct?
Anyways,
We will go there.
We are
as you
going.
get there, you know there's not a whole lot of people going. Um,
It's the Queen's Tailor.
yeah. As you're going there, um, as you enter inside the shop, you happen to hear some cluttering, clamoring, as you can hear what's very audible of someone dropping some boxes of stuff. And you hear a woman sit there and say, "Honestly, that's the third one today. How did you even make it as thieves? You can't even carry a box from one spot to another."
How did they do it, Ari?
I commanded them, and they were under my lead, so they were able to do it successfully.
Oh, so it's the manager, not them.
A valid answer.
RUC Sir Corey Bungus and Ponzi. Both
Yay, Sir
looking-
Corey Bungus.
Yay!
Oh, so,
I'm glad you like the nicknames.
yeah.
We love them.
By the way, you see Circur Bungus, and he looks over and happens to notice you guys walking in. He's like, um, um, um. She said, "Don't interrupt me." She goes, puts her fingers to her forehead. She's like, "Oh, see, I don't like having to be forceful with you, but it doesn't seem like you even get the point if I don't. Just stop dropping the boxes." He said, "Ma'am?" She said, "What?" He says, "I think we have a guest." At that point, you see her look over, see you guys. Her face kind of turns a little white. She says, turns back to him. "Why didn't you say something?" He said, "I tried, ma'am."
Marcus is just gonna give a little wave.
Hi, we never met.
"Hi, I'm Taylor."
Taylor, who runs a tailor shop. That's
Well, it's
probably a
ran by
joke told.
it is welcome to Queen's Tailors. This is a fabric ensemble shop ran by both me and my husband Smith. How may I help you today? Looking for a good suit? Or perhaps a more fitting dress for some of the ladies?
Marcus is just gonna shift his jacket a little bit snug around his chest. He'd be like, "I look good in anything or nothing at all."
Hello.
She, she kind of, you see her eyebrows kind of go up, and she just kind of gives a nod like, "Okay. So you might have gotten lost."
Hello, Miss Taylor. My name is Hope, and this is Ari, and we
And Flicker.
and Flicker. I'm
And
sorry,
Flicker.
Flicker. I'm so
She,
sorry,
yeah,
Flicker.
she probably would know you and Flicker more than she would
This
Ari.
is I don't know if you remember me, but I am Hope, and this is Flicker, and these are our other companions. Oh, my bad. Marcus, Laguna, though I'm pretty sure he's not present at the moment, and Ari. I believe we've met your husband, and
Um,
did a job for
Why,
him.
why do you think he's not present? He's here.
No, I meant mentally. He has books.
Oh, he's special.
What?
Not in that manner.
I'm gonna sidestep out of the cloaked guy's way.
Well, it's just that the best part is you guys could not hear Zuzu laughing because she peaked her mic, but I could hear it from back here. I'm like 3 rooms away and I could hear her laughing.
Oh.
I
She
don't.
is still laughing.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. It's just I don't think that's the special she
Well, you can't honestly blame me for coming to that conclusion. I mean, I said he was here. You said he wasn't mentally.
meant. Well, technically, unless it's a book, he's not concerned. unless it's something that can hold more books.
I doubt even then he'd be satisfied.
Yes, and we're just talking shit in front of him, and his nose is still in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we
I
were
love
told that
that. What though? That what from looking at what?
we were told that your husband had something for us.
I do believe. Are you the ones that helped with the robbery situation?
Hope nods. I half expected Jade to say, I made it worse. But Hope does
Jade
nod.
just looks over and just, or
Jade.
Jade looks at Hope and Jade just doesn't do
Ari,
anything.
Holy shit,
Ari,
Ari,
Jade's doing a lot. Is Ari
Jade
playing
is
Jade?
more or less. But anyway, Iris just go looking at Hope and just looking
Note
back
to
at the
do not
scrapbook.
save Hope an emergency.
To be fair, Hope is not the one that made the comment. Taylor is.
I'm looking at both Hope and Marcus
And Hope
and Flicker.
panics a little bit, and this says, and this is our dear friend Ari.
I just nod.
Okay. Welcome, young lady. Uh, we do have some children dresses if you're interested.
Well, technically, they would fit Ari better.
Iris just, you can see one of those veins in her forehead in the back, but she just says, "Why, thank you," and just says, "But I'm good."
I have to ask Ash.
No,
You don't actually say that?
absolutely not.
Just the inner thoughts of Lagoon. Oh, anyway, well, he is in the workshop area out back. If you want to go visit with him and do let him know that the help has broken another one. He'll know what that means.
Oh, of course, ma'am. So I guess we head to the workshop. Well, I mean, I guess the only one who would be a good judge of character of that would be Jovi.
Well, I mean, Jovi just wants to be in Flickr. The rest of you are just entertainment.
Oh,
Flickr leaves. Somebody is going to kill us. All right. Going back on track. So you go out back, and I actually do wish Combine was here for this, but you go out back, and you knock on the door, and you hear some scuffling around, and you know, like them peepholes, the sliding things for the peephole.
talking about the rectangular one or just the
Yeah,
smaller?
yeah, the
Okay, yeah.
rectangular. You see one of them slide open. He looks around, sees you, and he says, "Oh, I remember you guys. Thank you so much for your help. Hold on one second." and you see it shut, and then you hear like 5 different latches unlatch.
Ari,
Ka-chunk,
what have
chunk,
you
chunk,
done to
chunk,
this
chunk,
man?
chunk.
I'm sorry, that was my bad. It's just, Ari, what did you do to this man? He's paranoid.
Shh.
That doesn't help anything at all.
And as he opens the door, he says, "Come on in, come on in."
I guess we hurry on in.
I actually am glad you're here.
Oh,
I kind of wanted your help in testing something out.
oh.
You see him pull out this fedora, a white fedora, and he looks around and he zeroes in on Flicker for whatever reason. Maybe because the white fedora matches his outfit.
With the cane.
Yeah.
Does it come
And
with the feather?
Ooh,
th-
we gotta get Flicker a zoot suit.
And the boots with the fur.
Yes.
I'm about to describe this. This is Now it's a white fedora and it's got a blue band. You know, the bands that go around the fedoras?
Yes.
Yes, hatband.
Yeah, it's got a blue one of those. And in that, and like the 4 different sides of it, there are 4 tiny gemstones. One is a platinum, one is an emerald, one is an agate, and one is an amethyst. And they're dimly glowing. And the way they're glowing, you can actually tell that they have some magical energy in them. As he places it on Flicker's head,
I crown you king of cool.
now, and then he'll direct Flicker over to a mirror. Doesn't it just appear stylish?
Flicker says, yeah, I see there's shiny stones on it.
He's, as Flicker says that, and this is why I wish Combi was here. Who wants to figure out how much of a mind fuck Flicker is?
It's got
I
flat
raise
ears.
Marcus raises his hand.
No, this isn't in game that you hear that. So I
Aw.
really wish Combi was here for this. As Flicker looks in the mirror, he sees the outfit, and it's almost like something's missing. You see him take his rapier and strap it to one side, and then take the revolver and put it on the other one. For some reason, that just feels almost complete, like he should have some sort of overcoat to go over that. Maybe some white gloves too. But why?
Ba-dun-dun,
Why is it?
ba-dun-dun-dun, ba-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Annie, you okay? You okay? You okay?
But
I am
why
lost.
does this? Why? And he begins to wonder, why does this feel so correct? Why does this feel so familiar? As his mind begins to drift off and he's revisited by a mental image of both the nightmare that he had in Switzerland as well as a very specific encounter he had the night that he first met Deanne, that she rescued him. an Asian man standing over the what he assumed to be a corpse, but was glittering and fading away, leaving no trace of itself behind. A man dressed almost exactly like he is now. A man that looks, albeit a bit older, but very similar to himself. And he gets a sudden sense of unease from this.
Mm.
And I would like to point out that Flicker has chosen his outfit. I gave him the freedom to completely choose his outfit and the color of his clothing and everything else.
Okay.
So, Combi, if you happen to watch this and come across that,
Sorry, not
We
sorry.
can we can ping him later or leave it in one of our private channels. I've already marked down the timestamp
and do,
where this takes place for him to specifically watch this section. So
yeah. Well, we can make it as a highlight too and then share it in our Discord just for him to watch.
yeah, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. All right. As you're looking at it, Smith comes up and he says, this is actually a magical armament. And I am going to share the details with you. He says, I refer to it as the Affinity Fedora. Yes, you caught the
Infinity.
similarity there. I'm
Yes.
proud of you. He said, so you can only use one of these gemstones at a time. And it takes a day for each gemstone to recharge with the magical energy. But it can drastically change certain things. Um, so you can use one of them. The platinum stone will actually add some weight. So if you were to do a physical strike towards someone or wanted to or had to worry about blocking a strike or taking a hit from someone, using the power of the magical stone can either it it adds weight to your specific body, which could either help deflect a strike or help put some extra pressure on that strike. The amethyst actually does a means of aiding spells. It can it it has the ability to slightly empower one of your spells whenever you use it. The agate the agate has the ability to physically enhance your strength. And the emerald channels the energy of the wind to aid with your speed or balance. So normally I would sell an item such as this for 150 pounds. But because of all your help, I am willing to part with it for the low payment, one-time payment of £75. And because it is the group of you, I am willing to accept a payment plan if necessary.
Hmm.
It doesn't feel like we have a choice with this one, Ari. Ari Jade.
It's
You
all
do
good.
not have to make the decision now. You can always come back in the next day or so. They said, and that offer doesn't go to just one of you. That's for all five of you. Honestly, a hat such as this is a mage's best friend. Something that both empowers their magical spells and physically enhances them.
Marcus is gonna pipe up and go, "I don't do hats."
What about you, young sir?
No.
Love it.
Ellie, so
Please,
dismissive.
please tell me he's still got his face in a book.
Always.
Okay, perfect.
It's the wrong accessory for me.
Hmm. I'm not as much of a mage, so I I'm going to decline and leave it up to Flicker.
Okay.
Flicker
Well,
will think about it.
you think about it, and you can come back to me in another day or so. Yeah, the offer stays good for you for the next week. You just let me know.
Unless Combi goes missing again, then it's available for 2 weeks.
You have a lot of faith in the fact that you can plow through 2 weeks. Up to this point, you've barely covered 3 hours.
Hmm.
And we still got to go to Bronson's. Yet.
You know. It is 11:30. We are 3 hours in the stream. I am going to ask you guys, how much longer do you guys want to carry on? Because I'm good to carry on as long as you are willing to, without it getting too awfully late. That being said, if we are going to, because it's 11:40 actually for us. So if we're going to go on beyond the next 20 minutes, I would like to go ahead and take a break.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good as well.
Yeah, we could take a break.
All right. So let's take like a 10-minute break. And
Refreshment.
yes,
Yes.
yes, because I need to get up and stretch my legs a little bit.
Two
I've
minutes?
gotten to where I cannot sit down for a long period of time anymore.
Oof.
Like it physically hurts me to sit down for a very long period of time.
That's why I was hoping the chair would help.
Yeah, I mean the chair does help, but yeah, I still have to get up.
Be
We'll
right
be
back.
back in about 10 minutes, everyone.
And we are
Boogers.
back. We are back, and Decaden has boogers.
No, I don't have boogers. I just said boogers.
Yes.
Troll boogies.
Yeah.
I
All
got a
right.
laugh out of somebody. That's what I was aiming for.
Oh, I'm too easy to laugh, so I don't know if that
Yeah.
counts.
It counts
So,
because you laughed. It made your day a little bit better.
Aw.
so you guys are decided that you're. So he's
Heading
just
over to.
told you. Yeah, he just
Oh,
told you
that's right.
that.
We're still.
Yeah, you're still in there talking to him.
So Marcus is gonna ask him about making his jacket a bit thicker, maybe a bit heavier, so it would resist damage a little bit more. Idea is to go from a light armor to maybe a medium or a heavy armor class.
I'm not sure that I can make it to the point of being as resilient as something metallic. As in mechanically, he doesn't believe he can do it to make it a medium or heavy armor. But I do think I can do something where I can enhance it to take in some value of resistance.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, given the nature of everything, it would be very hard to incorporate multiple resistances. So you would actually have to pick one, and I can craft it so that it would always be resistant. If you want multiple resistances, uh, I would have to craft something specifically for that, but it wouldn't be able to do all of them at once. You'd only be able to, uh, you would have to activate it.
Similar to the fedora.
Yes.
I don't know how I feel about having rhinestones on my jacket. I think I'm good right where I'm at then.
You ain't a flashy cowboy.
Nah, I ain't that kind of cowboy.
Well, without the stones, I can craft you something that can permanently give you, for as long as you're wearing it, some level of resistance against something. You would, but it would only be one thing that it would be able to help you with.
He's gonna pat his jean pockets and his jacket pockets and go. That sounds a little bit more out of my price range than I think I can handle right now. I'll check back with you later.
Okay. Well, I mean, do check back with me uh, when you feel like you can do something, uh, or it will take me some time because I will be crafting from scratch.
Fair enough.
So you can probably figure on it spending a week at least. And I do know you guys are occasionally put on uh, missions at a moment's notice. That's how things normally go for enforcers. So
I have a question.
the earliest you could let me know what you were to want, I could would be the earliest I could do something about it. Yes.
Fire amplification?
I could craft something with that. I would probably. I don't know if you have the same aversion to gemstones as our friend here, but I could craft something. It would probably have a few gemstones inlaid in with it to aid with that process.
I'm not looking for anything too special, but I figured I use a lot of fire spells, and I figured anything would be better than nothing.
I would wind up probably having to use rubies. Uh, Depending on the size of the ruby, would have to depend on how often it could work or the number of rubies. You will have to let me know what your specific taste on the matter is. Uh,
Nothing.
with
Sorry.
Well, I was going to say with a single smaller ruby, I can grant you perhaps one instance of amplification. Uh, it would honestly be simpler to do it for a specific element, such as fire, or I can take another gemstone and use it to amplify any spell, such as an amethyst.
Would these spells include turn undead or any radiant spells?
The problem with your some of your more specific channel divinity stuff is it is less a matter of being a conduit through your magical circuitry and more of a conduit of divinity. So when it comes to things like that, I would highly recommend, getting with a church of some kind. At this point, you hear, dude, I think I got something.
I'm so glad she's
You
wearing
just
a
see you just
mask.
see Hope's like entire body shiver a little bit.
I'm so glad I'm wearing a mask because otherwise you would see a very visible twitch.
Wait, are your eyes visible?
Just barely. You can see the color
Oh,
though.
I
You
was
could
gonna say we'd
probably,
see the eyes twitch a little bit.
yeah,
Ugh,
you could,
just not
judging
very
from your
much.
picture, yeah, they'd be able to see the eyes twitch.
It,
Marcus is gonna chuckle a little bit under his breath as he witnesses Hope get unnerved by the voice in our heads.
Listen, the only other person that's been in my head was an archfiend, okay? Just that's just something that does not happen normally to Hope.
Are we having this conversation out loud?
No, sorry.
Okay.
uh, she decides, okay, I'll see if I can get a hold of a specific someone from the church. She says, hinting at, but not limited to, you know who.
Do you say that last part?
No, I'm trying. I'm trying to role play, but be very.
You're saying you do say, I think I'll get to someone specific in a church.
No, I was just say I think I know someone in mind that could help me because she hears the voice and it's like,
Sweet. More guests for the prophet of Morrow.
uh, there's just something wrong with that. I say, not hope. Jay, do you want anything special?
In regards to anything special, I don't know if they're able to do anything special with weapons. Maybe some type of cake or cape
Ooh, what about an
Cake.
invisibility cloak?
cake. Ooh, actually, if you could do something like that,
Definitely a cake.
Yes, an
cake.
invisibility cake.
Yes,
I think we need to
infinity
spend
cake.
headgear for that one.
Uh, so as far as invisibility cloak, we can definitely do something that has more permanent enchantment that you can use multiple times. Uh, for a maximum of 2 hours per minute. You can use it per minute for a maximum of 2 hours.
Does this recharge or is this just a one time?
It does recharge. It takes it a day to recharge. Well, specifically if you don't use it for 12 hours, you get an hour back.
Ooh.
That one will cost about 500 pounds.
We do have payment plans.
On a more cheaper aspect, for 100 pounds, you would only be able to do it once per day. You'd only be able to activate it once per day. Um, but you would have up to an hour that one time. Granted, if you did anything, it would break the invisibility. If you were to attack somebody, or if you were to use some magic or anything like that, it would. I can do some inlays to what you already have, and it would for 100 pounds, and you would be able to turn invisible for up to an hour once per day.
Mhm.
If you were to suddenly decide to become aggressive, attack somebody, maybe use some magic or something, it would, of course, break your invisibility.
Mm. I'll think on it.
Okay. That one would be less troublesome for me to do if I were to just go ahead and enhance it directly into something you were already wearing on a regular basis.
Would you be able to cut down the price if I were to do that?
If you were to go in that route, providing the material,
Such as the cape that I'm wearing right now?
are you wearing a cape?
I thought Ari wears a cape.
I know you got the boots of the Winterland. I'm not seeing anything about a cape.
Oh, I didn't put that as my part of my character?
Nope.
Oh,
I cannot.
I guess I didn't then. That was intended, but never
I
mind
didn't
then.
even know that you had a cape, so
Yeah, this entire
Or
time.
it was a cloak or something, but never mind.
Hold
No.
on. Uh, interesting fact. Let me see if it's in your backpack. No, it's not in your backpack. Uh, I'm actually looking here. You don't even have clothes.
Oh my.
what? What do you mean?
Running around naked.
She's just got her leather armor,
Oh,
no
so
clothes.
oh.
I just
Well,
walk around in wearing boots.
Yeah.
I'm-
I mean, I think we can add clothing, Sansu. Just
Yeah, we can add clothing. But
I don't know.
make
I've
it
just
look
been a
like
naked little halfling running
she has
around.
little children clothing. That
Okay,
would
so
be
I
awesome. Anything.
really like them boots.
I really do like the boots.
Well, I mean, the boots don't look obviously like a magic item, so it makes sense.
Just the boots.
I mean, they
No, I
look
mean,
kind of like fuzzy, warm snow boots. That's
I figured she was walking around town with children's clothes on.
That's true since I was in whatchamacallit.
Switzerland?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would probably have the clothes that Viola gave you.
Hmm.
uh, the costume.
Yeah.
I mean, is it an obvious costume?
Does the
Well,
costume have a cloak in it?
if I remember from your roles, you attempted for it to not be obvious, but there, you now have common clothes.
Do I still have the costume? I asked because I was going to use the material for the costume, or going to ask if she could use the material for a costume for a cloak.
That would be akin to him having to sew and remake
Oh,
it. Yeah,
never
Yeah,
mind then.
that would still include a lot of labor cost.
yeah. What he's talking about is he can go ahead and infuse magical energy into an onyx gem and have that onyx gem like sewed into some of your clothing that you already have. And then you can just activate that onyx gem to basically cast lesser invisibility on yourself.
Uh, so I can give him my clothing and just wear the armor around.
I mean, it is kind of cold
No,
out.
you should give him the armor and then wear the clothing around. That's an idea. We can wait for a bit and then head over to Bronson's then, and
Alright.
not miss the 7 o'clock deadline.
I will say, if you give me, oh, roll me a D100.
13.
The most
Low.
unlucky number.
Well, in this case, the lower goes to the player with D100s.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a
So
good thing for me?
It might be.
I had you to roll to determine whether or not he had that spell equipped today. And with a roll of 13, I'm going to say he does. Because otherwise, you were going to have to wait till the next day.
Yahoo!
Yeah, if you just give me about an hour or two. That being said, I will need a payment of 75 pounds.
Could I do that in payment plans?
He's going to look at you. Hmm. Hmm.
Roll
What did you
persuasion.
say your name was again?
No.
What did I say my name was?
Araya. Her name's Araya.
That sounds awfully familiar, and you do match a description.
And the names John and Johnson sound familiar. I can't believe I'm doing this.
And what has that got to do with me?
Well, her name is Araya. You're probably thinking of that horrible bandit named Ari, but
Roll me a deception check.
Boom.
shoot. Oh, I wish I had an inspiration. Deception. Oh, it's a -2 charisma. Go dice! Ha! Please?
He kind of looks at you funny for a moment, Ari, and he's like, I suppose you're correct. Certainly, the person who blew up half of my workshop wouldn't be so brazen as to come up here and ask for a payment plan for that level of trust.
Exactly. I mean,
Mm.
that would be a very brazen person. Indeed.
Indeed.
And you are with the people that did actually help catch that criminal, and that criminal has been caught. I
Yes.
don't know. I don't know what happened to him afterwards, but I do know that Lady Deanne has assured me that that criminal has been caught and reparations will be made. So I will say 40 pounds now, and then 35 in a payment plan.
How How many pounds you have, Jade?
I only have 25, but I don't think he accepts silver pieces.
I do have 15 to spare.
I have 9.
Uh,
I'll pay you back after we get our payment.
yeah. That's fine. You can have my
Thank you
I
very
15.
think
much.
between the 3 of us, we have enough, right?
Between Hope and Ari both, if they use all of it, they have enough.
Yeah, that'll work.
Flicker's got the Dark King and the Longbow of Abundance.
I noticed that.
Yes.
Flicker said, F you, I'm not going anywhere near combat.
Look back at the map,
Yeah.
and he's like, when Ash messed up the dialogue box, it's like, Flicker's hurling insults at you.
The day that Ash played his Flicker. Roll vicious mockery on your ally.
There's a film
Anyway,
of it, Decaden, if you don't know what we're talking about.
That's alright. I can barely hear you guys over the giggling.
This is why I'm not
Sorry.
allowed to play Flicker anymore.
Ah, makes sense.
actually, I don't think Combine would have complained one bit.
No,
Yeah,
he
it sounds like
actually
Kambai.
didn't.
Yeah.
He actually thought it was funny. But basically, Ash got the dialogue boxes messed up, I guess. Basically, he used vicious mockery on Marcus.
Oh,
And he was playing both of them. So he vicious mockery himself.
smooth.
It happens.
Oh, yeah, it happens. So, are you leaving your armor there with him for an hour?
Yes.
Okay.
How many do I have left over as far as pounds go?
Uh, it depends because it's a total of 40 pounds. Ari's got 25. How much are you putting in?
I guess I put in all of it to make 40.
Okay, so both of you decrease
Aw.
your pounds to 0.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Besides, I have cure wounds. Does Decaden want to go to Bronson's?
I mean, we might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we leave, I want to ask about getting a Halversack.
Oh, you actually want
I'm,
something.
Do you
I'm
actually
sure
gonna
I've
get
asked
something?
before, and the answer is no, but I will ask every time.
I deal mainly with clothing. An
A
item
backpack,
that
clothes.
an item such as that, you would probably be better off checking with someone from the clock tower themselves.
Yeah, but Deanne hates him right now.
I don't think she hates him. More like she's mad at him right now.
I think that's it. You're right.
No, I don't think she is. He would know if she is. Him and at least some of the hospital staff.
Him and some of the hospital stuff. I just downloaded it. I'm tired.
We can tell by the giggling.
Yes. Let's keep
Where
going though. I'm not that tired.
I am currently because this is a custom item that I'm making for Ari.
So we want to mosey on to Bronson and Sons Pharmacy.
Uh, are you waiting the hour or are you going on down there?
What hour?
I
For
can
him,
wait the hour and meet them over there.
Or we just walk back. How long does it take to get to Bronson's and Sons?
it takes you roughly about 15 minutes to get anywhere.
Okay, yeah, we
This
just
is
walk
easy.
over there and then walk back and pick up your gem.
Okay.
Okay.
So as we're walking to Bronson and Sons, Marcus is gonna look at Ari and go, "What the heck did you do to that man?"
Don't worry about it.
Didn't tell you.
Araya did nothing.
Exactly.
He's gonna nod and just keep on walking.
I can't believe I pulled that off. I have no charisma.
You did great. I'll keep you in mind if I start back up again.
A cleric in a rogue band.
It's just as bad as a rogue and a paladin. And
True.
when I say bad,
Very true.
I mean good.
Hey, one of my D&D characters that I really want to play is a Palarogue.
Ooh.
Ooh.
How would
I
that
Sounds
even
can't-
work?
interesting.
A chaotic neutral one.
Well, he better not be lawful if he's a paladin rogue.
Oh, like his whole thing too is like he goes Moroku places.
Oh.
Technically, you
Like,
could be lawful and rogue. You'd be more like Robin Hood at that point.
yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
but he goes like pure Moroku, like where he goes to town. Like he helps out the common person, but then he turns around and does like some sort of scam on one of the nobles. And instead of actually getting a hotel room or camping out somewhere, he scams one of the nobles into thinking that they're cursed or something and stays with them.
I now I remembered you talking about the character.
Yes.
You said Moroku. I was thinking more of like a frisking kind of thing, and I'm like, oh, okay then.
No, not the frisking part.
That would
The
still
part-
technically be lawful
Yeah.
because nobles have enemies. They just may not be ethereal.
Ah,
To the pharmacist.
To the pharmacist.
to the apothecary.
Oh, I keep forgetting.
Yay.
A pharmacy.
I mean, they all apply.
So
It's just apothecary runs more with the Rurons than anything else. Y'all didn't get the joke? I must be tired.
as you're walking along, you hear that was kind of a cool hat.
Well, you're always welcome to get one made.
Roll me a perception check.
Of
Her?
course.
Or all of us.
All of you, if you're wanting to react or look around for this voice.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to. Marcus doesn't sense anything. He's still content
All right.
guy.
All right. So just only one left would be Laguna. If you want.
He just
Laguna.
doesn't want to.
Laguna. Out of everybody, you're the only one that actually happens to notice. You probably noticed it for a while now. You just haven't brought it up or cared about it too much.
Definitely didn't care about it too much.
You notice like this little small. It's only like an inch all the way around, but it's like a plushie of Moro that's just been kind of hovering above your heads this entire time, just kind of watching you.
Yeah, this wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary for Laguna.
No surprise.
Good to know.
Oh, I can't wait to get back and interact with this guy. That would be a field day. I guess we walk through the door.
All right, give me one moment.
Take your time.
I'm as you walk in the door. Let me pull it up. You see two people that you don't recognize. You didn't meet last time. Two guys, and then in the middle of them, also kind of just moving crates back and forth and helping with the heavy lifting.
Oh, we forgot about tell Smith about the guys breaking the box.
We'll go back there.
Okay, yeah. So
You
sorry.
see, Ari, you recognize Joe Schlemiel and Oliver on Rosie.
Grade A names, Jade.
Thank you. I'll go up to them and say, "Hello, gents. Long time no see."
You see them look at you. Boss Ari. Hey, are we getting the gang back together? Because I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Yeah, boss.
Indeed.
Sorry, you getting the gang back together?
It's Araya.
I'll take the two of them off to the side and say, perhaps in due time, but for right now, we have to keep our heads low. But there will be a time.
Ooh.
In the meantime, I need you guys to help us out with whatever we need, okay?
Okay. We don't really understand anything that's going on here. Only thing we do is just move stuff. We don't even really know what we're moving.
Okay. But you can read the boxes and tell me what you got, right?
Boss Ari, you know we can't read.
Fair enough. Anything here that might look valuable?
I mean, it's medicine. We see a lot of people trading a lot of money for a lot of medicine.
Uh, you think you can get me anything for healing?
He
Anything?
guards that. We don't really get to handle the really expensive stuff.
Uh, how about any special things? You know, just like back in the day.
Hmm. He doesn't really have. He does medicine. We know that much. I don't know if he does anything other than medicine. Every so often, I do see some mages come in here and they'll order special medicine, and he doesn't even conduct that business here.
Do you know where he conducts it?
Well, he takes them over by near where the underground place was. You remember the one we entered through the sewers?
Ah, yes, the sewers. How could I forget?
I can't forget the sewers.
For the smell. It was in her clothes for 3 weeks.
That wasn't even what I was talking about. I was talking about
The rat.
The rats. Between the rats and licking, being poisoned due to the smell, and licking potion goo off the tables in order to get rid of the poison and heal themselves.
That sounds like fun. Glad I wasn't there. I probably would have died.
Well, we almost did. Combi resurrected a rat.
Yeah.
Yay!
So yeah, the whole story with that is Flicker took a rat that they had beat up, and I did death saving throws after he said he was doing this. But rather than identify the potion that was on the table, he decided to just take the rat and start dunking it in the potion. And apparently, the rat managed to succeed all of its death saving throws. And
Smooth.
then, yeah, and then came back at full health to attack him in his hand. He hasn't cared for rats ever since.
Flicker goes, I hate those rats.
Michael
Are you
is what
sit?
he named that rat.
Yeah. I go to the guys and tell them, hey, I'm a little low on pounds. Is there anything here that he wouldn't miss that I could sell?
They're pretty strict with their inventory. Honestly, I wouldn't. They've really jumped up security a lot since the last time. I wouldn't mind getting the gang back together, but I would not try to target this place.
Again.
Okay, fair enough. Any more information you can tell me about that other place, aside from it being in the sewers or by the sewers?
We're not allowed around it. We know he started putting up magical locks around.
Ah, magical locks. Okay.
and
Oh,
he put an extra fortified bounded field along the edges. We heard him talk about that.
fortified field. Hmm. Well, I may or may not plan something, but we'll see.
Okay. As you do, you hope you and Flicker both see a older, not old, but older with the gray hair come out from the back. He's going to take a look at you and Flicker, and then he's going to look down and see the cane. See him give out a sigh. He'll come out to meet you, and he'll look at Flicker's cane again while he's talking to you. He says, I suppose you're going to be interested in the new dart selection that we're running in conjunction with Johnson's Tinker Shop.
Only if you want to. You sound like it's a terrible thing.
I deal with potions of all sorts and things like that. Now, I don't mind the added business, but do you know how difficult it is to shove a little bit of potion into a tiny, tiny dart and have it set to collapse in on itself in order to release the potion?
He says potion, and instantly my mind thinks of uh, someone in low healing, and Flicker's like, here! And then shoots a dart in your neck.
I mean,
Yes,
it
We
probably could
do,
work.
he
we
could.
do currently have a variety of them. Uh, we have poison darts. I have a paralyzing dart. I have sleep darts, fire darts, ice darts, and electro darts.
Hmm. Flicker's gonna ask about the price.
The poison, paralyzing, and sleep darts are approximately 1 shilling apiece, whereas the fire, ice, and electro darts are £1 apiece.
Hmm. The thing is, I'm gonna assume that Flicker buys darts, but I will leave that to Flicker when he comes back as to which darts he purchases.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can always just say, once again,
Flicker,
much like, yeah, Flicker's like, I'm going to put some thought into it.
yep, we'll put some thought into it and let you
I
know.
mean, for all we know, Flicker could be like, I really don't want the cane. I appreciate the gesture, but I think someone else might benefit from it more because I have my longbow of abundance.
Yeah, he does have that.
He does have that. That's why I didn't want to be mean and be like, Flicker, give me the cane.
Just steal his bow out from underneath him or the
Yeah, but I couldn't take it like in front of the other guy, you know? That's
Yeah.
my minion. And he was so proud of it.
He was so proud of it.
I would say it would be extremely difficult, if even possible, to hijack this cane without Flicker noticing.
Yeah.
It's not a. It has some ostentation to it. Well, is there anything else that I can aid you with?
I don't have the money for it now, but how much are some of your herbs? I can't think of the word. Like something that heals ailments and stuff like that. And I was gonna look into health potions because I forgot how much those are again.
50 pounds for a health potion.
Ah, I can see why Ari stole those.
You see his eye twitch.
I did. You didn't say that out loud. You didn't say that out loud.
I didn't. That was just an offhand comment. I did not say those out loud. I can't
Two
stop
peas in a pod
laughing.
over here.
Well, I'm currently looking up the ointments. Yeah. So I do have jars of ointments. Um, it would each ointment would have about 5 doses each jar. It would have 5 doses, and I actually have some in stock.
Good golly.
It is 50 pounds for this jar of ointments. It will heal vastly more than what a health potion will. Excuse me. It is 100 pounds for the ointment.
Hmm.
50 pounds for
Couldn't.
the health potion. 100 pounds for the ointment. You would
How
have
long would the ointment last?
5 uses of the ointment. It normally has about 5 doses in it.
It doesn't expire.
No. Mechanically speaking, out of roleplay, this glass jar, 3 inches in diameter, contains 1d4 plus 1 doses, which you would get a full dose of 5, of a thick mixture that smells faintly of aloe. The jar and its contents weigh half pound. As an action, 1 dose of the ointment can be swallowed or applied to the skin. The creature that receives it regains 2d8 plus 2 hit points. Ceases to be poisoned and is cured of any disease.
Hmm. I'm hoping to get paid a fair amount. That way I can go ahead and get the ointment. But I have to wait. I really want that ointment. And I have a pretty good feeling he does not accept payment plans.
No.
That's all.
Okay. As far as herbs go, I can, for 25 pounds, I actually have a pouch that holds various compartments, comes with a bunch of different various herbs and other things that you can use for aiding in the casting of spells.
Ooh. How useful.
Mhm. I do have like antitoxins. You know what? Let's go over here. Type potions. Right. And if I do not currently have the potion on me, if you give me a day, I can create a potion.
So if I gather various herbs and whatnot, you can not only create potions, but would you be willing to create venoms as well?
Such as poisons.
Certain ones, nothing too lethal.
I
More
sell
like.
I sell poison darts.
She just wants to make it very clear she's not a violent person, even though she has a bunch of fire. She's a walking fire hazard.
Okay. So
How much would it cost to actually have one made? Or is it dependent on the herb itself?
if you're able to find the herbs and provide the materials, I can we can renegotiate the price a little bit. That being said, if you're wanting something like a basic vial of poison would be 100 pounds.
Hmm. Okay. I'm good. Is everyone else good or?
If you custom order some higher grade potions or, poisons, I'm not going to pretend that I don't know how the politics work in the clock tower. Sometimes a good poison is your best friend. But if you decide you want something a little stronger kick, it may take me a little longer to procure the materials.
1-2 says hydrate.
Hydrate. Yeah, I just saw that and I
Hydrate.
was getting ready to tell bro.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
Yes, hydrate or dihydrate.
I hydrated, then dehydrated.
Good night, 121.
Yay! Night one.
Good
Night
night, one to
one.
one. But to pick up where he left off of, he says, if you're wanting something that's a step above the basic levels, it may take me a little bit of extra time to, craft something, but to find the proper materials to craft something more elevated than normal.
Completely understandable.
Everything is so expensive and we so broke. Well, I mean, nobody thought to go back and say, "Hey, well, let's see how much we're getting paid."
I didn't think Diane had the money yet. I think she wanted to make sure we were alive first.
Well, I think she wanted to send you off to go discuss things with the Chapel of the Calling. And then he's like, "Well, go on to the stores." He said, "You got plenty of time to go on to the stores or do whatever." And you guys are like, "Well, we'll just go on to the stores. We won't even ask about our money."
I didn't know we were getting paid.
Yeah, you
I
get
thought
paid
we
after
were
every
doing a
mission.
repayment.
You're getting paid for your time.
Oh, okay. I thought we were repaying the snowflake incident.
That is with the Chapel of the Calling.
Not him himself.
Deanne's paying you for Switzerland.
Right.
The Church of the Calling isn't paying you.
It's a whole different gig altogether.
Yes.
Ugh, it's all confusing.
They're two separate entities.
Well, I get that.
Deanna's Clock Tower, Chapel of the Calling is.
Chapel of the Calling.
Yes. So you're doing a job for him to repay the resurrection of Snowflake.
So what you're saying is we didn't ask for Deanne our money yet.
Yes.
Well, it'll be fine. We can ask when we meet her again for someone that works for her because I know she's got status,
Well,
which means assistance.
so he's going to look at you and he's like, "So, is there anything catching your fancy?"
I'll have to return, but yes, the pouch.
Okay. Well, return whenever you feel like. And if you don't mind, I am busy, busy, busy the medicine will not sort and distribute itself.
Of course.
And you see him go back behind the counter. So I'm going to guess at that point you wind up going back to pick up Ari's armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then to find Deanne and get paid.
Well, I think after we pick up her armor, at this point it's about 12:30 in the
Yeah.
afternoon that you make it back over there. You see him. He says, "So that will be 35." He said that will be 35 that I will be expecting to be paid later.
Jade, he's talking to you.
Yeah. He was?
Yeah.
It's late, everyone.
She's, yeah, it's one of the reasons why we need to go ahead and cut it off. She's half asleep.
Yeah.
Aha.
Was
Napping
he?
on us.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It's fine.
It literally just hit me. And I was just like, yeah, never mind.
You're good.
We're almost there. We're almost
We're
there.
almost there. We're almost there.
So he says to you, he says, so that'll be 35 pounds that I expect to be paid later.
Yes, of course.
Ari, I am removing your leather armor from your inventory.
Okay.
And I'm adding in your leather armor of hiding.
Yay.
Yay.
There is no addition to your AC or anything like that,
Okay.
but it has a single onyx gem that is inlaid in around your neck piece on your armor. You have the ability, you know what, you have the ability to activate this gem once per day, and the gem will kick out, or it'll activate the spell of invisibility. While invisible, anything you're wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on your person. The spell ends that attacks or casts a spell.
It says that also a creature I touch can also
Yes,
become invisible too.
you can cast it on one person. It's on first level.
Okay.
It does not necessarily have to be you. You can actually make someone else invisible if you wish.
Okay.
That is part of the trade-off with it being as it is versus the cloak of invisibility.
Okay.
He's pretty much just imbued this gem with the spell, and the spell set to restore over time, absorb the ode particles in the air, and restore its mana.
Okay.
And so now it is 12:30 in the afternoon, lunchtime, and I think that is where we're going to call session tonight. Zuzu, if you want to go ahead and put us on the closing stream.
Alrighty.
I know it has been kind of a long stream. I normally don't care for us going over 4 hours too much, but we did have a lot going on today.
Plus, this is a return stream or D&D stream from the holidays.
Yeah.
So none of us have been doing D&D, well, with each other.
Yeah.
Full,
So
yeah.
I am going to close it out with this. What are you guys' thoughts on everything? And Ash is gone.
Ash is gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
I'm just gone from
Belinda
that
is
one.
gone again.
So, what do you think of Jacques?
I love
Jacques
him.
great.
He's great. I know Hope has mixed feelings about him, but he is. I think he's a great character.
How much? What was your thoughts going through that whole sequence of Marcus
Me or
being warped?
Marcus?
Decaden, what was your thoughts going through the whole space sequence after the
Oh,
tentacles grabbed him?
it was great. I liked it. It was definitely a good play on the deity they worship. So I do
Being a,
like the idea.
of him being an eldritch being. And I like the idea of it being something that's like traumatizing in the same respect. So you're like, you have like this far off stare afterwards.
That's how hentai was created.
Y'all can blame Marcus for that. It was in the 1930s. Marcus Tanner was violated beyond belief
Till
And
it's
he liked it.
over.
and decided to draw cartoons about it.
Marcus liked it so much he decided to keep dying and being resurrected.
Oh. Now, quick question, Sensu.
Yes,
Is this the resurrection mechanic you were talking about?
yes. So here's the thing about your resurrections you have to bring the body back to give him something to put the soul back into. But Jacques will resurrect any fallen members. There will be a resurrection sickness that takes place after being resurrected. Anytime you die and you get revivified or anything like that, you take a couple levels of exhaustion from it.
I mean, going through what Marcus did, I wouldn't be surprised about the exhaustion part.
Well, no, that's just the act of being dead and coming back.
I was joking.
Yeah. But that being said, he does not accept payment in the form of gold or diamonds or pounds or anything. He will always have some side quest adventure for you guys to go on to in order to pay him back.
Nice.
Side jobs.
Yep.
Alright. Well, thank you everyone for watching.
Yeah, I gotta pee.
And Decaden as well.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Um, I had a lot of fun. I am going to close out. And I will see you guys tomorrow for the Pokemon Crystal Generational Run.
And I will see you. Wait, tomorrow, Jade. Are we doing tomorrow, Nuzlocke?
Yes.
Okay. Me and Jade will see you tomorrow, around 8 o'clock. Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon Nuzlocke. And Jade has her own channel, so is Decaden. So please, please check them out.
Yes.
It would be a big appreciation to them and to us as well. We're all friends.
All right.